Okay, kid. Okay, kid.
Get ready for some fireworks.
Move it. Move it.
From the ashes of the old world came machines. For ages, they were the guardians of the natural world. And they turned against us. Now, they're getting deadlier by the day. All across the land, people are dying. That's why our leader gave me this command. We have to fight back. And to do that, we need a team. Soldiers who always hold the line. And mercenaries who may have crossed it now and then. Infiltrators who hide in the dark. And champions who shine in the light. Upstarts whose stories are just beginning. And legends looking for one last shot. The last line of defense for those who need it most. Made up of the greatest hunters in the land. This is Hunters Gathering.
PlayStation.
Hi everyone, I'm Jan Bart van Beek. I'm the studio director here at Guerrilla. Now, at Guerrilla, we love exploring the Horizon universe. And with every new project, we ask ourselves, where can we take our players next? What new stories can we tell? And what new experiences can we create? And we heard many of you wondering, but what is Guerrilla working on? And today, we get to show you. Before we dive in, I want to be very clear about one thing. We absolutely love making single-player games, and we're going to keep making them. They're a huge part of who we are as a studio. But next to that, we also had this long-standing dream to try to do something different. Our own take on how you can explore the world of Horizon together, as a team of machine hunters. It's something new, it stands on its own, but it's also still very much Horizon. Let's take a look at how this new journey begins.
From the ashes of the old world came the machines. For ages, they were the guardians of the natural world. And they turned against us. Now, they're getting deadlier by the day. All across the land, people are dying. That's why our leader gave me this command. We have to fight back. And to do that, we need a team. Soldiers.
Set in the American West, 1,000 years from now, civilization has collapsed. The hunters are all that stand between the tribes and the massive animal-like machines that threaten their survival. And the crisis is only getting worse. The machines have grown deadlier and are more dangerous by the day. Someone has to step up and push back, and that is The Gathering, a crew of unlikely heroes venturing out into the wilds to stop the machine threat. We'll launch with a roster of hunters that grows over time. In our first playtest, you'll be able to play as Rem, Sun, and Axel, 3 hunters with very different approaches to combat and teamwork.
Let's fight!
Combat is at the core of Hunter's Gathering.
Incoming attack!
It is tactical, reactive, and skill-based. We took the precision and tactical depth of Horizon's combat and built it for a team environment. You'll have to read enemy movements, time your attacks, and combine abilities with your squad to take down the most powerful machines.
Yeah!
It is a challenging game, and you really have to earn that victory. Now, when you start a mission, you pick and prepare your hunter. Each has very different melee, ranged playstyles, and weapons. You can select between classes for each hunter that change their abilities, from tank to support or tactician. And during a hunt, you can tinker with a roguelike build system. Every machine encounter you beat gives you powerful tactical options. You've got perks, weapon upgrades, and various upgrades to your stats. In each run, you'll have to try and find the best possible combination of power-ups to take on the biggest machines. You'll be able to explore 4 large and very different environments at launch, each with its own look, its own atmosphere, and its own challenges for your squad to master. At the center of it all is the Hunter's Gathering. This is where you upgrade your gear, tweak your loadout, and team up for the next hunt. It is also just a fun place. For example, you can hang out in your own customizable campsite and then head back into the wilds.
Let's get out there.
Horizon Hunter's Gathering is all about challenge and mastery, and the missions that you go on lean right into that. During our first playtest, you'll get to try 2 very different mission types.
Let's show them what we got.
In Machine Incursion, you fight to stop a large-scale machine assault on the tribes.
Here we go.
With your squad, you plan and coordinate which randomized power-ups to collect before facing a relentless boss machine.
Work together, win together.
Time is limited, with a violent storm closing in that cuts down your options to get stronger.
What is all this?
The next is Cauldron Descent. In this multi-stage dungeon, the hunters take the fight to the enemy. You decide which path to take, from brutal machine encounters to really challenging obstacles. They all require teamwork. Every clear chamber shapes your run and gives you power-ups to descend deeper and claim the rewards. These modes are the foundation of Hunter's Gathering. Tough, replayable, and built for squads who want to master them. We'll continue to evolve them with your feedback throughout our playtests. At launch, you'll be able to play the story campaign solo with NPCs or together in co-op, but that won't be part of the playtest. We want you to experience the story fresh when the game is ready. What we can say is that it's fully canon within the Horizon universe. It introduces new characters, new threats, and new mysteries that expand this part of the world. And the story doesn't stop at launch. We'll keep adding new adventures over time to the game. We hope you've enjoyed your first look at Horizon Hunter's Gathering. We're beginning a journey, and we're inviting all of you. Though it's still early days, you can expect more regular development updates and playtest announcements from us in the coming months. To stay in the loop on all of the latest news about the game, we've launched a brand new Horizon Hunter's Gathering Discord and social channels. We'd love to see you there. From all of us at Guerrilla, thank you for joining us today. Horizon Hunter's Gathering is about taking on challenges together, so we appreciate your help, and we're just getting started.
PlayStation.
Been fighting longer than I can remember. I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying. Doesn't matter where I go. How far I run. Death's always waiting. Just not for me. Because I ain't no hero. I'm Wolverine.
PlayStation.
The question that comes up a lot to us at Insomniac Games is, are you going to make a Wolverine game that is as violent, as visceral as the character in the comics? Working with Wolverine is interesting because part of the route to who he is that he's an unreliable narrator. He has gaps in his memory. So Wolverine doesn't really remember a lot of his life, and that's got to be an extremely frustrating aspect.
He's this ball of rage and fury, but then he could turn on a dime, and he could be very, very kind and tender in the next moment.
When we're casting for someone like Logan, what we're looking for in character traits are someone who can convey a lot with very little being spoken.
When you have that first moment that we show in gameplay, there's so much emotion that you can feel behind his eyes. He looks relentless, he looks gritty, he looks angry, but also he looks maybe a little sad.
That level of acting and being able to just deliver that performance with believability across both spectrums was something Insomniac, ourselves, we all agreed he's the one. We don't need to see anybody else.
Hey, I'm Liam McIntyre, and I play James Logan Howlett in Marvel's Wolverine. That's not bad. That one sort of works. Fans out there know what Wolverine is, who he is. My job is to try and find the essence of who Wolverine is, especially as he applies to our story. People hurt him, people take from him, people betray him. He still fights for people who can't fight for themselves. It's one of the greatest honors of my life, one of the biggest responsibilities I've ever had, and one of the coolest things I've ever got to do.
The entire game is built around staying true to the Wolverine experience.
And then how do we want to put our Insomniac stamp on that? How do we want to put our own spin and creativity, but still give something new and fresh that fans are going to be excited about?
It's the full package. It is a level of detail that we've never been able to do before.
You could see it in the trailer. You can see pores. You can see blood in between the little lines of his teeth. I love the attention to detail.
It's exciting that we're going to be able to bring that kind of fidelity to players.
Wolverine is a character who goes to many places through the comics.
You'll see the Canadian wilderness, you'll see Japan.
There's a shot where Logan is sliding down that rooftop and you can see the breadth of Madripoor and Lowtown.
It's always nice teasing the depth and the amount of characters that we'll be seeing in the game. Omega Red makes an appearance, Mystique is there, and there are some hints to other characters that fans of Wolverine will recognize for sure.
Another visual element of Marvel's Wolverine is the blood. The blood tech that was put into this game is pretty phenomenal.
There's a part in the trailer where Logan jumps down and then he does the claws up through the face. That one I thought maybe was going to be taking it too far, but I am so glad that we have it. It looks fantastic.
Wolverine's combat, making that special, making that feel like him, making it feel different to anything else you've played, that's a tough job. What's so cool for me is there was this one section of the game I got to try. It was just visceral and immediate and so incredibly satisfying, and I was like, this is gonna be amazing.
We're pretty excited about the artwork that we're using on the cover. It's dynamic, it's rough-edged.
You notice it doesn't look like our past games. It has a sense of urgency and forward movement and rage and fury, and that's Wolverine.
One of the cool things about Insomniac is they are probably the most collaborative group of people I have ever worked with. They make you feel part of their team. That's not something you always get.
We've been in a creative collaboration with Insomniac Games and PlayStation for over a decade now. We've made some of the greatest superhero games of all time, and that was always the goal, making games that are timeless.
I think fans are going to be excited, but I'm also really excited about it because I'm really proud of what we made. We are focused on making the best Wolverine game ever.
On behalf of everyone at Insomniac Games and the Wolverine team especially, we want to thank you for taking time to watch our trailer. We can't wait to show you more in spring of 2026.
PlayStation.
Let me start by saying that I am borderline blown away by what I've seen from the Fable reboot so far. New Fable developer Playground Games already had my trust. This is a studio that has produced nothing but one open-world masterpiece after another, but after learning a lot more about what the team has in store for its resurrection of one of Xbox's biggest franchises, I'm even more bullish about where they're going with it. Playground has turned the Forza Tech engine into a medieval British postcard. Combat is multi-layered, 1,000 NPC townsfolk are waiting to be romanced, co-parented with, divorced from, and landlorded over, and there are chickens abound just waiting to be kicked. Alongside Fable's big coming out party at the recent Xbox Developer Direct, I also spoke with game director Ralph Fulton about the choices the studio has made with this revival, so there's lots to discuss. But first, if you'll permit me, a quick Fable history lesson. Right out of the gate in the early 2000s, Fable was always fantastic, even if its early days on the original Xbox got a little extra scrutiny because its director at the time, legendary strategy game developer Peter Molyneux, made crazy promises about players planting acorns that would grow into full-size trees over the course of the campaign. But while that lofty systemic boast never came to be, the game that Lionhead delivered was nevertheless a rich, textured, uniquely British fairy tale that players could meaningfully affect change in. Whether their good deeds manifested a literal halo over their heads, their sheer evil caused actual horns to sprout from their skull, or they got married to a townsperson and lived a whole other life outside of the bigger picture quest within the world of Albion. Lionhead arguably perfected the formula in the Xbox 360 sequel, adding a dog who'd be by your side throughout the story, and Fable 3 tweaked it further still while making the questionable in hindsight decision to move the timeline forward by 500 years, thereby changing the entire look and feel of Albion. And then Microsoft, well, they royally screwed the franchise up by trying to turn it into a 4v1 multiplayer game that cost the studio its entire existence. That's a story for another day, and since then, the franchise has been dormant for over a decade. Enter Playground, who produced smash hit after smash hit in Microsoft's Forza Horizon driving series. Fulton told me that Playground was looking to expand and build a second team after Forza Horizon 3. Quote, "I don't remember who said the word Fable first, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, that has to be it. That fits so perfectly. It's a series that we adored here and still do." And the conversation went from there, and it went pretty fast. I think everybody felt, certainly I know the folks we spoke to on the Xbox side felt really strongly that if a studio were to start working on Fable to pick that up, it had to be a British studio. And the fact that we had this great working relationship, the fact that we were making this game, Forza Horizon, that was increasingly important and successful, and had this ambition to scale and to grow, it went pretty fast after that. The studio's adoration for the series shines through in the gameplay it's shown so far. There are hobs and balverines to slay, swords to wield, and spells to cast, sure, and the humor and British charm look to be there. Look no further than a chicken spell wearing off, reverting the target back to their original form, but still flapping their arms and clucking. Or the chicken armor. You even start the game as a child just like you did in the originals. But where Playground is winning serious points with Fable fans like me so far is in its commitment to the game within the game. The town management aspects baked into Fable's urban areas. You'll be able to buy property, literally all of it if you can come up with enough gold apparently, and become a beloved landlord or a loathed slumlord. Not to mention a kind boss or a horrible boss, should you purchase any businesses. You can also date and marry all of them, have kids with them, and should it come to it, get divorced. There are also jobs to partake in, like blacksmithing. Where the new Fable breaks from the old one is in the morality. No longer will it be so black or white, Fulton told me. You won't manifest that halo or sprout those horns. Instead, individual people in each city or town will form their own opinion of you based on how you treat them. Meaning you could be a rich twat, in Fable's own words, while getting hailed as a saint in another one. Better still, one of my least favorite aspects of modern role-playing games, procedurally generated content and all of the generic time-filling tedium it brings with it, is nowhere to be found in Fable. Instead, Fulton told me that every NPC is a unique, handmade, and fully voiced character. That is so refreshing these days that it gets me extra excited to talk to as many of them as I possibly can once I get a build of Fable in my hands. That goal to make each hero's story unique extends to the larger world of Albion too. Remember the 2023 Fable teaser that introduced us to Dave, a giant? It turns out that the whole setup for the new Fable isn't a Jack and the Beanstalk story. Instead, Dave is, quote, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who finds a magic growth formula. So you'll then have to decide how to deal with him. Will you spare him, hopefully this means finding a way to return him to normal size and befriending him, or slay him, which will see his giga corpse splayed over a hill just outside of town for the rest of your campaign, negatively impacting surrounding home prices in the process. And so if Dave's foray into gigantism is merely a quest, perhaps that means this Fable isn't as much of a departure from the originals lore-wise as that video had led me to believe. In fact, I point-blank asked Fulton whether or not this is a true reboot or if this Fable is in some way connected to Lionhead's originals, and he had quite a telling answer for a supposed non-answer. He told me, quote, I'm going to avoid that question, Ryan, and I'll tell you why. We touch very lightly on story in the Dev Direct piece, but honestly, what we really wanted to do is come out and speak to the detail in the game and answer all those questions that people inevitably have about the game we haven't answered before. We're going to talk more about story later in the year, so I'm not going to say yes or no to that particular question just yet. What I would say is with this being a reboot, it felt really imperative for us to clear the space to tell a story that we want to tell within Albion, which is why this isn't a sequel, for example. This isn't necessarily connected to the original timeline or events or characters, but we do share lore, and some of that originating lore of the Fable universe is really important to our story. Make of that what you will. So Fable seems to have the look, the humor, the moral choices, the quintessentially British charm. Playground, to put it simply, seems to understand the assignment here. And the studio, as I mentioned earlier, absolutely gets the benefit of the doubt from me on account of its impeccable track record since its inception. What, then, am I worried about? There is one thing, and it's a key part of Fable: combat. To be clear, I'm not in any way judging Fable's combat based on what we've seen so far. How could I? I haven't played it for myself yet. However, For as talented as Playground is, it's never made a game with combat before. It's not that all of the delightful town management and NPC relationship stuff suddenly means nothing if the combat doesn't deliver, but Fable will have a big problem if battling Balverines isn't a blast. Oh, and I suppose I'll be honest and share one actual disappointment with what I've seen of Fable so far. The fact that horses seem to be your only four-legged companions. After the big reveal was decidedly dog-free, I asked Fulton about the decision to ditch the dog, and he admitted, quote, "There are some folks on the team that were relishing me getting this question because I cut it a while back. You know what? For development reasons, right? I don't need to go into any more detail than that, except to say there are a substantial number of people on the team who have yet to forgive me for that decision." Now, I know full well that game development is extremely difficult, and that Fulton probably has a very defensible reason for not moving forward with Fable 2's signature feature. It stung a little extra when he told me that Fable 2 was his favorite of Lionhead's original trilogy, but as a player, I'm still allowed to be bummed out by it. Here's hoping it's first on the new features list for the sequel, should we get that far. On the whole, though, I am truly, genuinely excited and optimistic about the new Fable. I've long felt that, particularly in Playground's hands, Fable has the highest ceiling in terms of game quality and finally delivering Xbox, and I guess PlayStation as it turns out, a PlayStation Studios-like Game of the Year award-contending single-player game of anything currently in Microsoft's massive first-party games portfolio. And though we don't yet have a specific release date to count down to, Playground is promising that we'll be playing it this fall, which basically means before November, since it would be patently stupid to try and relaunch this franchise after the better part of a decade in development, right up against the incoming game industry meteor known as Grand Theft Auto 6. Here's hoping that the new Fable lives up to its sky-high potential. For more on Fable, don't miss our live Podcast Unlocked reactions to the recent Xbox Developer Direct, as well as that 2023 teaser starring Giant Dave. And for everything else in the world of video games, keep it locked right here to IGN.
When Ghost of Yotei first launched, it already felt like a complete polished epic, but Sucker Punch clearly wasn't done sharpening the blade. Since release, the studio has quietly stacked on new modes, gear, and quality of life upgrades, all without asking players to spend an extra cent. So let's look at everything added to Ghost of Yotei since launch, plus a quick look at what's still on the horizon. Much like Ghost of Tsushima, Yotei added New Game Plus in a post-launch update, allowing players to restart the story with everything they earned in their completed playthrough. That includes weapons, armor, abilities, and upgrades. Players can visit all 22 Yotei 6 camps and 26 replayable duels with their full arsenal intact, which is especially useful because New Game Plus offers new, harder difficulty options. So if, by some chance, the duel with Takizo didn't feel challenging enough the first time around, you can now crank the difficulty up a notch or two. Difficulty can also be customized in granular ways, including enemy aggression, timing windows, enemy damage, stealth effectiveness, and hero bonus perks. In addition to tougher challenges, New Game Plus also adds stat tracking, letting players see how long it takes to complete challenges and which difficulty they were played on. Perfect for anyone looking for a little extra bragging rights. The update also includes 2 new trophies, 2 new armor sets, and more than 30 new vanity items. A new merchant offers fresh weapon kits, hats, masks, and armor dyes, making it easier than ever to customize Atsu's look. On top of that, 10 new charms expand build options, giving Atsu even more flexibility in combat. All New Game Plus items use a new Ghost Flower currency, so you'll have to load up on these to buy from the new merchant. Even if New Game Plus isn't your focus, Update 1.1 and several smaller patches added a variety of quality of life improvements for all players. These include bug fixes, the ability to turn off fall damage, a new uncapped 120Hz graphics mode, and expanded photo mode options, like shutter speed controls and grid overlays. There's also more Ghost of Yotei content in the horizon. Legends multiplayer is set to return in 2026, and just like Ghost of Tsushima Legends, it will be free for all Yotei owners. According to the PlayStation blog, this DLC takes place in a supernatural setting, in contrast to the grounded world of Yotei. It will feature 2-player story missions, 4-player survival matches, 4 playable classes, giant versions of the Yotei 6, and new enemy types that fight alongside them. And that's everything added to Ghost of Yotei since launch, along with what players can look forward to next. Whether you're diving into New Game Plus or starting your journey for the first time, there's never been a better moment to step into the world of Ezo. For more on Ghost of Yotei,
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
A spirit guide? It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here. That temple has been sealed as long as I can remember. Dangerous corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of forgotten practice. Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see. Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh and this is my brother Mike. We hope you enjoyed that first look at our next game, Kena, Scars of Cosmora. After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special. Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide. Her reputation now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities. On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit guide's role in helping living people, not only those who have passed away. With PlayStation Studios support, we're building on everything that fans loved about the first game. Deeper, more dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world, and of course, our charming spirit companions. Kena, Scars of Cosmora releases on PlayStation 5 and PC. Thanks so much for watching and enjoy the rest of the show.
Wilds of Eso, demons terrorized the land and subjugated its people. They were known as the Spider, the Oni, the Kitsune, and the Snake. Many fought back. Many were cut down. true warrior. From vengeance, not even death.
Who do you think will come out on top, Sam? You? Or me? I can't wait to find out. Kept you waiting, huh?
Hi, I'm Mike Booth from Bad Robot Games and game director of 4Loop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting surprises and unpredictable moments that never get old. The result is 4Loop, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation, and where no two runs are ever the same. At the heart of 4Loop is a probability map, which combines alien technology and human ingenuity to plot your best path forward to defeat the invaders. Each node represents a different mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to collect mission-critical resources, or even rescue survivors that can offer cool upgrades from your gear, all while trying to avoid the alien forces constantly sending drop pods and kill bots to stop you. We've worked hard to ensure that there are tons of items to choose from, and a lot of strange creatures and mysterious things to encounter. For example, this weird alien plant is called a blink root, where you can collect a blink berry, which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random, distant location. All the various enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to interact with each other in dynamic ways that create emergent gameplay and endless replayable chaos. That means your decisions really matter, and creativity and improvisation are key. We really want players to try things and think outside the box, like hacking an alien terminal to provide intel to the rest of the team, or being bombarded by killbot drop pods, or barely escaping with your life. And if you do die, don't worry. So long as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again. The home base is a place for your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout, and choose rewards from an increasing array of powerful gear and upgrades. Each act of the probability map culminates in one of multiple boss battles. This is the Scanner Boss, a huge geologic surveyor that scans for flux deposits to harvest. Its scan fields are very lethal, creating a dynamic obstacle course of lasers to avoid while attempting to destroy the boss itself. Because the scanner's body rotates like a 3D puzzle, you want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving, lethal laser grids. Our goal here is to create something new, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and fail to save the world.
That's the Earth. You really can make everything with lunafilament, huh? Looks a bit like New York.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey, Hugh. What were you like as a kid?
When I was young, I was in an orphanage. I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
Removal time exceeding estimates. Deploying reinforcements.
What in the...
That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
You okay? What does Victor want with you?
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason.
Did you find anything on Opus?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
You are an ignorant fool.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Why me?
The team has settled on a person of interest. A former T-virus researcher.
Because my master made you who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
I'm coming with you.
We can talk. What do you want to know?
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann. We're back with a new batch of games on their way to PS5.
But before we begin, we wanted to highlight the upcoming release dates for both Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom. Both are coming soon to PS5 with support for PS5 Pro.
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain. 2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order today. The final chapter in the Soul Reaver saga brings players into the conflict between the vampire Kain and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel. This remaster boasts updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera, and wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Now, what do you have to tell me?
Lost levels, deep lore, photo mode, and more. The digital deluxe version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Given the choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire, or to challenge the fates for another throw against one's destiny, what was a king to do?
Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered launches next month and will be available to pre-order starting today.
Brigandine Abyss is the latest installment in HappyNet's Brigandine series, which dates back to 1998 on the original PlayStation. This fantasy war strategy RPG tells the story of 6 heroes who rise against an empire invading with overwhelming power. Enjoy deep strategic gameplay with over 100 unit classes, including knights and new types of monsters. And countless hours of gameplay, with 6 main storylines and side quests across 24 nations.
大陸の守護者たる私たちの兵をこうもたやすく
Brigandine Abyss launches this year, and you can wishlist it starting today.
Now let's head over to Koei Tecmo Games in Yokohama for an update on the Dead or Alive series.
こんにちは。シリーズプロデューサーの林です。本日はデッドアライブシリーズが新たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
無限転身の名にかけて
本作「デッドアライブ6ラストラウンド」はオリジナルの「デッドアライブ6」をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加、新たなフォトモードの追加を行ったタイトルです。今後も新キャラクターや新コスチュームの配信など継続的なアップデートを予定しています。発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定ですので、シリーズを遊んだことない方もぜひご体験ください。
あなたに私は倒せない。
デッドアライブは1996年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。数多くの作品を世に送り出して今年で30周年になります。そのタイミングでこういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。デッドアライブシリーズ最新作も開発始動しました。続報お待ちください。
Zoe, I see the spotlights.
And you're getting closer. Listen, Dylan, we're getting distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of Control Resonant, the game-changing sequel to Control. What you are seeing here is an early mission captured from our in-development build. We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before. We recently acquired Shift, an ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him. Here we are showcasing a set of different forms of Dylan's main weapon, the Aberrant can take, and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit your playstyle. While in combat, we encourage you to play aggressively, balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
Any updates for me?
Kind of. You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Almost there, Zoe. What the hell is that thing? I think I hear something. I know where the Resonant is, Zoe. I'll call you back.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Long ago, you were made for this night, to save the age of man. Half human, half angel. They call you sin. I call you salvation.
Thanks to Fictions and Game Freak for that new look at characters and combat in Beasts of Reincarnation. It's coming to PS5 this summer.
Our next title debuted 3 decades ago alongside the original PlayStation, and it introduced the world to an iconic character. Today, Ubisoft and Digital Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. This digital museum features 5 playable versions of the original game, including the 1995 PlayStation release, enhanced with new accessibility options. Discover the secrets behind Rayman's development through a long-lost playable prototype, restored for the first time. Plus, an interactive documentary packed with unseen design documents and never-before-heard insights from the original creators.
Et à un moment, c'est Sony qui arrive en disant, bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally starting tomorrow, while physical editions will be available June 26th.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre mission to save a cursed island. Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets in a pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming. Mina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited-time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow. Set years before the events of the original game, this prologue tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met. Alba must earn the young wolf's trust and guide her through the blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations. Neva Prologue launches February 19th. Up next, a tactical stealth action title from Shueisha Games and Acquire, a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
We are the children of water, born of the goddess. You filthy creatures, faithless, soulless, unclean. This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the way of purity? little king.
Our newest racer has arrived! Welcome to the Galactic League! Since you're here, why not take part in a friendly exhibition race? Impeding! If they weren't holding me back right now, I'd have you frozen in carbonite!
Bond is immature and reckless. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what?
I know all about your exploits in Iceland.
I strongly believe that there is a need for such heart and intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason I'm bringing back the Double O's.
Need I state the obvious? He is not ready.
James, the service is over.
You're a rare breed, Bond. I should be interested to see what you do next.
009 will employ every manner of subterfuge to avoid capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Me?
Housekeeping, I presume?
You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes.
So you won't do anything stupid?
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Agents have very short life expectancy. And if if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you. How does that sound?
When do I start?
I'm Peter Brown. I manage the game content team within Third Party Portfolio. We evaluate games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the Third Party Portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners. And it's even more exciting for me when those partners have been foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning, taking some amazing franchises that everyone already knew and loved and injecting them with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't thought of before. We were really impressed when Konami approached us with their list of announcements for today's State of Play. So to mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them. We're really excited about the diverse lineup they've brought today, and we hope you will be too. Enjoy.
There's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure.
Outer Heaven. He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
How long is my body gonna hold out?
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
This is my final mission.
So began the war between Zero and Big Boss.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection.
Liquid! Guns of the Patriot! Because I knew where my loyalty belonged. Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. As our deterrent.
Yes. It simply said Jack. Over and over.
Boss. Is that you? Answer me! Boss!
メタルギアシリーズ制作プロデューサーの岡村典明です。メタルギアファンの皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。プレイステーション3向けのみで発売されていたメタルギアソリッド4ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオットがプレイステーション5でついに遊べるようになります。加えてプレイステーションポータブル、プレイステーション3向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドピースウォーカーを含むメタルギアコレクションシリーズの第2弾となっております。メタルギアサーガのラストを飾る伝説の作品を最新ハードでぜひ体感してください。そして、現在発売中のメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1につきましても最後のアップデートを実施いたします。初代プレイステーション向けに発売された メタルギアソリッドには高解像度設定を追加し、ご覧のように映像が美しく文字も読みやすくなりました。またメタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターについてもさらなる高解像度化を実現しております。本日よりアップデート配信開始となりますので、この機会にぜひメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1も体験してみてください。さらに、今回の発表を記念いたしまして、メタルギアシリーズの始まりの物語メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターも特別なセールを実施しています。 50% オフという大変お求めやすい価格で購入できますので、この機会にぜひ楽しんでください。これからもメタルギアシリーズの展開にご期待ください。そして最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty, by the grace of God, the King of France. So now, we appeal to you, Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
ご覧いただきありがとうございます。キャッスルバニアベルモンドカースプロデューサーの谷口勉です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで我々のチームは多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れていただきたいという思いで、シリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるようにいくつかのコレクションタイトルを配信してきました。また多くの素晴らしいパートナーとコラボレーションにも取り組んでまいりました。そしてやっと本日新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ました。そのことがすごく嬉しいです。今回のタイトルではイビルエンパイアモーションツインという才能と情熱にあふれるシリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさを大切にしながらも新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることでキャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろんぜひ 遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないっていう方にもぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので、続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
Listen to me. You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever. I know this is going to be hard. But you have to come back to me. Come back to me, Simon.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different. I keep trying to fix what happened. No matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall. Journey.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの門井です。ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。 レブノワールは完全新作の JRPG です。私自身を含め JRPG を愛し続けてきたメンバーが情熱を持って開発したタイトルとなります。仲間との出会い、成長、そして JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開、こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワク感、ぜひ楽しんでいただけると思います。今日、お届けした映像は本当に一部の一部で、レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted. He must be versatile, capable, adaptable. He must be grounded, stable, constant. I believe you are ready, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, New Cascadia. This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time. For those who did not wake, your restless dreams endure. So small among the stars. Breathe softly. Do not worry. Peace is upon you. And I am here to walk with you into its embrace.
Mayday! 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 This is General David Greed of the new Cascadia colony on Tau City 4. Whoever's listening, whatever's out there, we need anything. Weapons, supplies, a way out, a way back. Mayday, Mayday. This is David Green. Tau City. I feel like I'm praying. We've had to do things to survive. Things I never would have. We're monsters. We're all monsters.
Embrace. Embrace. Monsters. Embrace. Embrace. Monsters. Embrace.
Mayday! 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 Mayday!
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Ziegler and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today we're excited to announce our server slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our server slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon, giving you a chance to explore the dangerous world of Tau Ceti and unlock rewards for the full release on Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation Plus players, we're also excited to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei, all available at launch. From everyone here at Bungie, thank you for joining us on this journey. We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th, with the server slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months. Up first, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go! In this thrilling sequel, the Spider-Men must balance their personal and heroic responsibilities while protecting the city from iconic villains.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. How to help you.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February 17th.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes two fan favorites over the next few months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released on PSP. PlayStation Plus Premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the Classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking. Hang out and get lost with your friends in an open world full of challenges, puzzles, and playful discoveries. That's all for me and Brett, but we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Saros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
What is that for you, Arjun? Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe. Oh, Arjun. I know you better than that.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. Today we're excited to show off our Comeback Stronger features and Eclipse gameplay running on PlayStation 5. In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety of ever more brutal hostiles, death is inevitable. But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger. Welcome to the Passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone. They didn't all die. Some of them changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks. With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the first time around. Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become corrupted, which alters them in both positive and negative ways, which ramps up the challenge. We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
The air trembles. Mother Earth herself senses the coming battle. The world may hate us, we still have to save it. A true team is unbreakable! You cannot stand against the storm. Feel the power of Mother Earth!
Let me at them, Storm. Limbo is waiting, and I'm starving for your soul! Time to end this!
I've got this one. I'll show you how the X-Men get it done. You're cooked, Bob.
Initiating attack. I am all that remains of Shi'ar technology. Prepare to be disassembled. Surrender to avoid further danger.
Let's finish this!
We are stronger! Together!
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ最新のトレーラーお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。本当にお待たせしてしまいましたけども、こうして一番初めに X-Men のチームトレーラーを発表できたこと本当に嬉しく思っています。
We're super stoked to introduce the mutants as the newly formed unbreakable X-Men into the world of Marvel Tokon.
マジックは中間距離を大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど多彩なトリッキーな動きをすることができます。
Think of Wolverine as an unstoppable savage tank. Some of his claw swipes have armor on them, so he's literally going to be able to shred through opponents' attacks.
デンジャーは、体のいろんな部分をですね武器に変形して戦うことができるキャラクターです。
She's trained the X-Men over years through battle simulation. So as a zoner in this game, she's going to set up so many traps that her opponents are going to feel like they're running an obstacle course.
トレーラーの冒頭では新たに紡がれるマーベルユニバース闘魂オリジナルストーリーの映像を含めさせていただきました。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ20キャラクターのプレイヤブルを実装しまして2026年8月6日に発売いたします。
Pre-orders open next week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies, and we can't wait to share with you some more info.
Please check it out and stay tuned.
Your son has returned.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, people? It is OGTC. That's right, the original God of War. Yeah, I'm back, baby. And I'm thrilled to bring you some exciting news about the series today, starting with that teaser that you just saw, yeah? Now look, we are happy and excited to finally confirm that, the Greek trilogy remake is now in development. Yeah, man, I know. Sit down. Now look, this project is still in the early stages, so it'll be a minute before we get back to share another update, right? But I'm telling you, next time we come back, we coming with something big, baby. Yeah. And in addition, since we're approaching the last few months of God of War's 20th anniversary year, we couldn't let it close without one last surprise. Now, this announcement is a passion project that will let you experience God of War's signature brutal combat, rewarding exploration, and heartfelt storytelling like you've never heard it before. I'm telling you. That's all you get. So, thank you for 2 strong decades of support, and we can't wait for you to see what we've got cooking to keep the next 20 years surprising, fresh, and fun as hell to play. Yeah, all right, you can watch it now. Go. Why are you still here? Go. Go! Before I was a father. Before I was a god. I was a Spartan.
Spartans! Our duty is to Sparta. Fear is a reaction. Courage is a decision. Press your attack! Don't relent! Never on our backs! Never left behind! Always united!
The legendary saga of gods and monsters, of tragedies and triumphs, of destruction and redemption begins
here.
Heroes, be ready for Sparta!
This is only the beginning.
Beyond and hello and welcome to a very special live episode of IGN's weekly PlayStation show. I'm your host, Max Scoville, and joining me to break down everything just revealed at Sony's first State of Play of 2026, I'm joined by my good pals Brian Altano and Nick Lamone. What's up, fellas? Beyond.
Beyond.
Woo! We got
Finally.
quite the showcase.
Yeah, right? We got some surprises. That was wonderful.
That was a doozy, huh?
Yeah, that was a lot more generous than I thought they were going to be.
Yeah, the bar's been low, so I'll say that there was a lot in here that I really liked. A couple of games in particular were like designed in a lab for me, so I'm very excited for some of those.
Now, there's a lot to talk about. I think they showed off, by our count, just over 30 games in about an hour, a little over an hour, which is quite a bit to talk about. About an hour from now, there's going to be a Silent Hill transmission showing off a closer look at Silent Hill Townfall, which was one of the mini games shown off. I definitely want to talk about some of the stuff Konami had because they had a lot of it. But right out the gate, let's talk about God of War, because that was the big special one more thing that we got. Yeah, they're doing a remake of the original PS2 era God of War, Greek trilogy, and it was very much this thing is in development. This thing is in the works. How do we feel about this?
It was a nice surprise. I think had they just said that, I would have been a little bummed. But then teeing that up into saying, hey, we've got this God of War pixel art prequel that drops today, that was a big surprise to me. So I think that's a really good make good of saying you're gonna have to wait a very long time for this new trilogy. We're literally just showing you renders of a logo right now. We've got the OG voice actor back, but there's nothing really that we can show you just yet. That's going to be an interesting one. I'm really fascinated in how they do that. The fact that we're not actually seeing much of it tells me that this God of War trilogy remake might be bigger in scope than we're expecting. I'm not necessarily expecting something on the level of Silent Hill 2 remake or Resident Evil 4 remake, but the bar is pretty high for Sony Santa Monica God of War games. So the idea of them going kind of totally over the top with this, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it, Brian. I think the word remake is a very loaded word that PlayStation's using here and Sony Santa Monica is using here, because that evokes things like Final Fantasy VII remake, like the RE2 remake, which are, story-wise and character-wise retellings of stories we're familiar with, but fundamentally different types of video games. My brain immediately goes to, are these still going to be 3D action brawlers, like a 3D action game? Or has Sony moved past that point in their PlayStation career? Is this going to be a trilogy remake in the style of God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok? I don't know, because can you actually call it God of War 1, 2, and 3 if it isn't a 3D action game? I don't know. I don't think I get paid enough money to answer these questions.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make a hack and slash, but also reboot the entire games, but remake them and pay tribute to what they were originally, but in the new style, yeah, it's breaking my brain. It's getting me really excited, and we might be getting too ambitious here, and maybe they are too. But like the idea of them making these 3 classic God of War games in the new style is really exciting to me. And let's see if they actually do that. Otherwise, I mean, like, you can just recreate them, right? And they're running as they are. They've got the original camera angles and everything like that. Like the camera's pulled back for specific moments. But what if, what if?
I think they could get a lot of mileage out of just doing a pretty straightforward remake with just modern graphics. Really just
dream bigger. Come on.
I think that would piss off a lot of people. And I think putting the term remake there, there's, again, you can have something like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it's a pretty big, massive, sprawling, in some cases, controversial remake where they make some changes, or it can be something a little more, pared back. But, in this case, I think people want that kind of classic fast-paced action. They want the really, as much as I love the modern kind of up close, having those, the hack and slash Kratos action from the old school stuff makes a ton of sense.
I personally would be pretty disappointed if they strayed away from its original 3D action game roots, because I think that's just an era of game that feels so good, and I feel like we get so little of nowadays. So I'm really hoping that it does retain true to the original, while also hopefully doing some narrative connective tissue stuff to God of War 2018 and Ragnarok that feels a little more cohesive. And I guess they are saying goodbye to God of War Ascension, because that was not included here at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, this is, I do love that they were like, hey, guys, we're making a big, delicious Thanksgiving dinner, but it's not ready yet. Have a little snack. Sons of Sparta is out now, which is, again, it's a 2D action platformer. It is from a studio called Mega Cat Studios, and looking at what they've done before, they did a lot of the backyard baseball games.
They most recently revitalized the backyard baseball games, which were like big fan favorite kids games back in the day. They're really fun. And yeah, they kind of resurrected the IP a couple years ago. So really not exactly the studio I would be like, yeah, they're up next for like a pixel art side scrolling, hyper violent, arcadey Super NES inspired God of War game. But hey, the world is weird. So
hitting something with a bat. Why not hitting something with some other object?
I like the idea of like doing a studio tour there, and there's just like chibi bobblehead baseball kids, and then next to them they're just like they've got shirtless Kratos tearing people apart. This was cool. I'm a little less excited seeing the price tag on this. Is a $30 game, and I'm not exactly sure if it's worth it yet, because nobody's played it, right? Like, this is for full transparency. Like, we found out about this at the same time as everybody else, so. Someone's gonna have to jump on that one and figure out if it's worth your money. But still, it's hard not to be excited about like a brand new shadow dropped God of War game. This is like one of their most prestigious IPs. This is one of the most sort of like first party mascots Max and I were talking about on the other episode of Beyond This Week, which you should go check out. And it's a surprise. It's really cool for them to be like, we're working on this trilogy. It's going to take a while. While you wait, brand new game today. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, if God of War 2018 and Ragnarok are the movie, like the cinematic movies to this weird analogy I'm making, then this is the Super Nintendo, rental that's based on the movie kind of thing. I do dig the vibe that they're going for here. And quite honestly, I think this entire PlayStation live stream was just... It feels like it was catered to me in terms of like 2D Metroidvania style games are back, baby, and I cannot wait. I couldn't think of a better fit for it, but I am very curious. In this Sons of Sparta, sons being the plural here, who is this other person that presumably is alongside Kratos? Is this the person that served alongside Kratos in the Spartan army that's talked about pretty heavily in Ragnarok when Kratos and Atreus are talking back and forth and kind of sharing war stories as Kratos has opened up a little bit more? So I'm very curious,
It actually, it says here it's an entirely new character who is Kratos' long-lost brother, Kevin. No, I'm messing with you. It doesn't say that.
The King of Queens himself.
Played by Troy Baker.
Love it. Real quick, before we talk about the next game, a little question for our audience. Do you have what it takes to host videos for IGN? Because we are looking for new voices who love games, movies, pop culture, and more. And if you have a strong on-camera presence, can read from a teleprompter like I'm currently doing, and know your way around the world of video games and entertainment, we want to hear from you. Head to audition.ign.com for more details. So go check that out if you're... looking for a fun way to keep busy. Now, let's talk about the well, not the elephant in the room. I would say the large anthropomorphic chicken in the room, which is Project Windless, which
hell yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know. This one is published by Krafton, which is a Korean publisher that gave us, I think they gave us PUBG and Callisto Protocol. And this is based on a Korean fantasy series called The Bird That Drinks Tears. And I don't know what I expected, but like a huge muscle-bound anthropomorphic chicken just absolutely beating the crap out of a lot of stuff got my attention.
I was watching the trailer like all of you were, and I was like, this looks cool. And then all of a sudden there's a giant 8-foot tall chicken beating people up. And I'm like, day one. I'm a simple man, you know, what can I say? Like every single time I see like a big sort of like character action game, you know, this had a little bit of Dynasty Warriors in it. You're fighting gigantic waves and armies and stuff like that. I'm like, cool, yeah, I'll play with that. You know, that's my one of my genres. Love it. And then seeing this big silly chicken, I was like, okay, this is great, and he's cool as hell. I guess I have to ask you guys: would you eat him? Would you eat his eggs?
I think he would eat. I think he would eat us. I think he's fully capable of tearing us limb from limb and turning us into an 8-piece bucket himself.
I think if I went near the eggs, I would also have a bad time. It's also, I think it's a man chicken. I have details here. This is.
Do you think it's a man? No, it's definitely not a regular farm chicken.
It's not a regular chicken. If this thing lays eggs, don't go near them.
What tipped you off?
Okay.
Was it the clothes?
Thank you, Brian.
Oh, I didn't know we had a detective hosting the show today.
Okay, so this is based in the same universe as the fantasy novels, but it takes place 1,000 years beforehand. So you know these books are out there if you want to kind of get a feel for this world. That's a thing you can do, but it's not like this is a familiar character showing up. But it is. It's a race called the Recons, which are a nomadic warrior race of humanoid birds who are known for their immense physical strength and the fact that they look like huge chickens. But yeah, I guess there are like four magical races in this world. I don't know. It's cool. It's not your traditional Western fantasy stuff that we get so much of. So I don't know. The thing that immediately kind of occurred to me is like, this kind of reminds me, not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of The Witcher, which was, you know, before the game came out and made Geralt a household name in some households. You know, that was an esoteric Polish book series that was like popular in Poland, but not a thing that we knew about everywhere else. And then, yeah, it blew up like that. And also, this is an open world game, and they say they want to make it very much up to the player to kind of explore it. So, hell yeah, I'm super into this. This looks
that's what makes me most excited about the game. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my Muso games. I love like mindlessly just wailing on thousands and thousands of enemies. But what really caught my eye in this trailer is this sort of like, oh, there is this whole other game that's a part of this. These are just some of the action scenes, but it seems like there is some level of exploration, some level of other connective video gamey stuff that I am 100% all in on, because that's the thing that I always miss a little bit when I'm playing my Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah, I just have a lot of faith in games that are based on books. I feel like, especially when it's like a fantasy series, like they're kind of, a lot of the world building is taken care of for them, and it's about extrapolating cool ideas and turning them into game mechanics and, you know, making awesome visuals to go with them. So I'm super down to check this out. And also, I feel like we may be talking about it 2 years from now, just because it seems like a crazily ambitious project, and you know, it's still got a project in the project name of the title, so it might have some entirely different name. So shifting gears from that, years and years ago, I did an interview with Sam Lake of Remedy Games asking about a little game called Control. And he said that it borrowed heavily from House of Leaves and the Southern Reach trilogy. And then, of course, it came out and it wound up being IGN's 2018 Game of the Year. And now we are getting a sequel to it with Control Resonant, which looks definitely like some familiar imagery and aesthetics, but entirely different in terms of gameplay. This is an action RPG that has like Gravity Rush style gravity manipulation.
You nailed it.
It's like a little bit of Dark City thrown in there. I'm so into this. Like, this is like I dug Control, I dug the combat, but like I hear like hack and slash action RPG, and like that's just my jam. I'm so in.
I mean, based on what we've seen from Remedy, it seems like they are continually upping the bar in terms of their presentation, their budgets certainly, and also just the overall ambition of each project. I thought Control was just an utter delight when I played it. I loved its SCP protocol style like universe, along with its just very clever writing that Sam Lake and folks are just known for. Alan Wake 2 upped the bar even further with its high fidelity visuals and its cross narrative that it had going on. And then this right here, I know a lot of people, there was rumors, on all the subreddits, on all the social medias that we'd get a Devil May Cry 6, but honestly, this feels like a nice consolation prize. This looks like it's going to scratch that Devil May Cry 6 itch that I think a lot of us are feeling nowadays, but with that signature Remedy style that we just know and love. And just watching this effortless platforming from building to building, being on the streets of New York, presumably outside the house with no name, or the oldest house, and outside of the Federal Bureau of Control's jurisdiction. Very curious to see what's going on here. And also, my big question is, where's my girl Jessie McFadden at? I gotta know if she's gonna be in this game.
It's very cool seeing them flesh out the whole Remedy verse too, because we got, Remedy had its little nods to Alan Wake, and then we got Alan Wake 2, which kind of stitched all that together. And then they were like, hey, here's a co-op shooter with FBC Firebreak, and now here's an action RPG that's in that world too. And it's so fun to see them just kind of taking this, surreal, almost magically realistic universe and tying it together in entirely different genres. It's not just like, hey, here's similar mechanics with connective tissue. It's like, here's an entirely different type of game that happens to line up with our existing lore, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of mileage out of this world and this sandbox, and that's really fun to see. I think in sort of lesser hands, this is a thing that they would have put out just a kind of boilerplate sequel every couple of years, and instead they're like, what if we reinvented the wheel constantly? And that's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that shift already with God of War and God of War 2018, right? Just the audacity of just changing genres with the sequel of your upcoming game is legitimately something I can't applaud more, because I know we all love the comforting same old, but man, I love it when people get to experiment and try something new out. So I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, it's a massive business risk, right? People just want what they want and they know what they like. And it's harder than ever to get people to latch onto something kind of new, or, even something new on an existing menu. And this is awesome to see. Quick clarification. There is a conversation happening in the IGN content team Slack right now. God of War Sons of Sparta does not have a colon in it, which it feels like the first video game in history to have that many words and not have a colon. It's not on their socials. It's not in their press releases. There's no colon in the title of that game.
Well, that's because it was going to come out in 2026, but then somebody was like, nope, just make it today. And so they forgot to include that colon.
Oh man.
I love that. Yeah, that's I don't know. Maybe they'll patch it in. The game's brand new. So yeah, no colon there.
All right. Yep. Can't see it. There's a triangle. Do you pronounce the triangle? I don't know.
That's Delta,
I think you did on. It's a Delta.
One game that I think does have a colon in the title is Kena 2, Scars of the word I forgot. It's Scars of Cosmora. This is the follow-up to the 2021 kind of action adventure puzzly game. This was one of those games I remember the first one was very much kind of paired to the PS5. It was frequently shown in states of play and showcases, really, hyping up what the PS5 could do. And it kind of came and went. People liked it. It seemed like it did okay, but it wasn't really this huge, console defining game. But it's cool to see them kind of continue working on it. What did you all make of this?
This was a shocker to me, actually, because I really liked the first game. It's got a little bit of Zelda DNA, and the combat was really fun, and it's utterly stunning. But you nailed it. It didn't really feel like it stayed in the conversation a long time. Mm-hmm. So I'm really kind of happy to see the team get a second shot here and make a new game, a sequel. The character's older, the graphics are even better, the world seems more pronounced. There's a lot going on here. This is a very, very good looking game. And so yeah, if they keep building on the foundation they had there with combat and exploration, we don't really get 3D Zelda games on PS5. So anything that kind of scratches that itch, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, Brian. I really enjoyed the original Kenna Bridge of Spirits, but I think this, based on what we're seeing from this overall gameplay trailer that they dropped, is kind of what I hoped that game would turn into eventually once you got past like the opening moments of it. And this just looks like everything a sequel should be in terms of its expanding its scope, expanding the player's different verbs that you have at your disposal. And honestly, I'm just excited to return to this world because I do think that the overall visual art style of this game, the art direction, is so strong. I really love that it came from an animation studio first and foremost, and seeing that loving like contribution to animation really play off and really lean into that aspect for its gameplay was really impressive. Like, it's the closest that I felt to playing a Pixar game that we were promised back when, you know, Toy Story came out in what, like 98, 99?
Yeah.
Now this looks really rad. Again, I think with, you know, movie sequels, you frequently get diminishing returns, but, you know, Toy Story 2 being a rare exception. But in video games, they're frequently like the second installment is often the best one, or the one that people really get excited about because it refines what made the first one good in the first place. And I don't know, we've got shots of her riding around on this little spirit familiar creature, which makes me wonder if there are going to be some open world segments or large hub area type stuff. Thankfully, we don't have to wait too long because that is a 2026 game. We got a lot of 2026s in this presentation, which was nice to see.
Which is, it makes me happy because we got a couple of 2027s and we are just starting this year. So that is a scary far away date, especially knowing that a bunch of those will get pushed. But yeah, we're going to get some games this year. That's awesome.
You know what, Brian? I'm already tired of the 2026 games. I want to talk about a 2027 game, which is Yakko Shinobi Ops, which is 4-player co-op isometric stealth, and it looks sick.
Yeah.
Yes, it looked outstanding. No,
go Nick, go.
Quite honestly, it looks like I don't think I've ever seen a game that looks like this. Like, sure, it has echoes of something like we'd see in like Tenchu, and even what is it, Shadowblade Tactics, like the tactics-based squad shooter thing. But what this genuinely reminds me of, and my light turned off, so please excuse me, production, is that this looks kind of like Metal Gear, like original Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear on the MSX style, like stealth action. I love how brutal this looks. I love the high fidelity visuals of it. I love that you are kind of confined to viewing the world through this cone of vision, that seemingly everything around it is a fog of war that you could potentially get attacked by enemies. And I just love how brutal and calculated you need to be in this game. It looks really fun, and I don't think I've seen a game quite like this in a minute.
Yeah, I love the lighting techniques they're using here. I love the sort of the horror influences. There's a bunch of really great creatures, and it's a lot more violent than I think I would have guessed seeing the start of the trailer. And yeah, this looks like a blast, man. I'm really excited for this game. This is one of those games I didn't know I needed it, didn't know I wanted it, and now it's at the top of my list. Like, this is what these state of plays are all about, right? It's good to check in on old franchises and IPs and sequels we already knew about and all this fun stuff, but like getting a game like this out of nowhere and knowing we might get it, well, I guess not for a while, but we will get it. I'm excited for it.
I love the perspective. I don't know when I suddenly started really enjoying isometric stuff, but I feel like so often
1994.
I feel like, you know, oftentimes when, you know, with AAA games or games that are showing off, you know, impressive visuals, they are first person or third person to give you a sense of immersion or a sense of scale. But there's something really endearing and kind of fascinating about just looking down on something like it's a little diorama. And all too often, I feel like you get kind of lower res visuals because it's stuff that's further away or it's smaller, but like clearly there's plenty of attention to detail here, and it's really it's neat to see it. I just want to know how co-op does it have to be? You know, can I be like a solo shinobi, or do I need to have 3 friends help me out of tough situations?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I would prefer to play this in solo. But yeah, I think what you said is spot on, Max, because there's something about that camera angle I think lends itself well to stealth. Like, Nick, you brought up some of the classic Metal Gear stuff. Like, that I think pulling back a little bit, getting this much sort of like view of the overall field, that's awesome. You get to plan your routes and all that. And I think we lost a little bit of that when the camera gets too close behind the character in a third person stealth game. So Yeah, it's fun to see that again. Like, video games have been going on long enough that people can actually look at stuff back at that was happening in the 90s, isometric top-down games, and go, hey, you know what? There's actually a bunch of really cool ideas back then that maybe we shouldn't have left behind. Let's revisit that.
Yeah, I would love to see a Metal Gear like in this particular style again. But we'll talk about some Metal Gear stuff in a second. But first, I want to talk about some other secret agents and men of action. We got new trailers for both 007 First Light, which continues to look phenomenal, and a surprise reveal of a John Wick game from Saber Interactive, which started off with some very pre-rendered cutscene, very literally tailor-made sequences of a suit getting sewn. And my initial thought was, oh man, this game is going to be like 5 years away because it's
right.
It's a CG trailer like you do. And then they rolled straight into some, what looks like some gameplay. And yeah, I'm not particularly a John Wick guy, but it looks like a fun as hell video game. What'd you guys?
But you're a big fan of Sleeping Dogs, and that was kind of the vibes I was picking up here, right?
Yep.
Just like environmental damage, destruction, grab anything on the table, smash them into anything in the periphery in the background. Like that to me, I'm in the same boat where like John Wick's always been like, yeah, he's cool, whatever. I've seen a couple of the movies. I don't go like as crazy for them as other people do, but I love a good action beat 'em up game. And so if you can throw me into one of these like small environments and I can grab anything and do anything with it specifically to kill people, yeah, that's fun as hell.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. No, I'm a big John Wick fan. I think what makes John Wick so special to me is its ability to continually escalate its already absurd action sequences and make them even more absurd. And the thing that watching this trailer made me realize is it is evoking Sifu to me quite a bit in terms of how you are approaching a combat. And I think that that's such a good fit for John Wick, is this improvisational nature where you are in a quite literal life and death situation every time you step into a room. And based on what I'm seeing here, it's hard to speculate on anything story-wise, but if I had to put money on it, it looks like we are seeing the Baba Yaga during his heyday. We are seeing John Wick back before his retirement. So I'm hoping it is a prequel story because that is territory that the movies haven't dropped. But also, in that same vein, on the flip side of that coin, that's kind of what made the first John Wick so special, is that we are entering this movie, this story in medias res, right? Where we are just kind of picking up the pieces and learning how much of a badass Keanu Reeves actually is as the story escalates and unfolds. So very curious how they can juggle that line of, showing us the myth that made John Wick so legendary to begin with, while still doing it justice without just, losing some of the magic that made him so scary in the first place.
Yeah, no, spot on.
Yeah.
I wonder how far this game is away, because I don't think we got a specific release date or anything even close to it. But
now you can wish list it though, so that's a start. But yeah, I hope it's sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, we have another game coming out about a guy who does a bunch of over the top action sequences, and that's of course James Bond. We're getting the IO Interactive 007 First Light. I am really trying to keep my expectations in check for this one, but I'm just so excited because like Hitman World of Assassination is one of my favorite games ever. It's absolutely wonderful. And the thing I love about it is you can do it really cool. Like you can go in there and be super sneaky and stealthy and be the coolest Agent 47 possible. But I think what so many people really enjoy in those games is just getting weird and experimental and doing incredibly stupid stuff. Just today, there was a story going around about a YouTuber who spent 7 hours putting the entire, like every single NPC from one level into a wine press and turning them into wine, which is a thing you can do in that particular sandbox. And I just am dying to see how stupid can you make James Bond? Like how disastrous can you get things, and how creative can you get with things? And they had a line in this trailer that really I made me smile, where it was don't do anything stupid, because if it's like if you screw up, we're going to completely deny we have anything to do with you. So I feel like that's going to be very much the fail state. I don't know. Everything they're showing for this is like, yeah, there's going to be sneaky, stealthy stuff, but also when it's time to get loud, you can get loud, which isn't always the case with Hitman. Like you can scrape through with a C-, killing a guy with a bazooka and running away in time. But like, yeah, it's not really an action first game. Whereas this is very much, that's part of the plan. That's James Bond improvising, and
And canonically, you're green, right? Like you're a kind of a fresh face, and people aren't really sure if you're ready for the gig. And so, yeah, if you go out there and you turn a bunch of people into wine, you might not get the full job, but it kind of makes sense in character. Yeah, this feels too good to be true, man. Like the fact that this game is actually out in May. Like this wasn't like hey, we need a little bit more time. And look, it's February. That could still happen, right? There could be something under the hood.
It's already gotten delayed once, right?
Exactly. But it seems so fully realized and gorgeous and just awesome looking, and it's so close. They're already they're putting up pre-orders with skins and all this other stuff. Like it feels like this is a game that's real, that's going to exist very soon, that we'll be playing in just a matter of months, and that is so damn exciting because it looks years off. Just look at it. This feels like we're finally getting those games that we're like, this is next gen.
Do you know why that is?
This is all about.
You know why that is? Because like half a decade ago, they dropped a reveal trailer that just showed some CG bullets going into a gun. And it was Project 007, and all of us were like, well, this is going to be a while. And it was, but it looks like it's going to be worth the wait. So I'm very excited about this.
And it's been so long since we've gotten like an actual proper James Bond game. So long. So yeah, this is awesome. This has always been peanut butter and chocolate, right? The Hitman guys get the Bond license. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah. Now, real quick, if you're looking for something to play on the cheap right now, IGN sister site Humble has a great bundle of horror games just in time for the gruesome holiday known as Valentine's Day, and you're going to love them to death. You can get 9 PC games. You can Have a Nice Death, Ghost Watchers, Devour, Lunacid, Faith, The Unholy Trinity, The Bridge Curse 2, The Extrication, Life Eater, Without a Dawn, and Iron Lung, which very recently got adapted into a hit feature film by Markiplier. All of these games can be yours for just $12, but paying a little bit more helps support the nonprofit Coral Guardian, which is dedicated to protecting and restoring coral reefs worldwide. You can head to humblebundle.com and get some great games and support a great cause while you're doing it. Now, talking about sort of the right license being in the hands of the right developers, like it's the case with 007, I feel like that's something that somebody at Konami figured out, because we're seeing them take the Castlevania license and give it to the folks who made Dead Cells with Castlevania Belmont's Curse. Oh, you boys look so happy about this.
Oh my God. Nick and I were losing our minds. Okay, so let me say real quick that in any other world, a brand new 2D shadow dropped, action God of War game with pixel art coming out would have been my favorite thing of the show. But like the guys that worked on Backyard Baseball working on a God of War side scroller versus the Dead Cells guys working on a brand new Castlevania, tough act to follow. This blew my mind. Nick, you and I have been massive, like old school 2D Castlevania fans forever. I've said on every podcast I've ever been on at this company that there was this amazing era where we used to get, specifically from the GBA to the DS, and preceding that we had Symphony of the Night, where we would get awesome 2D Castlevania games every 2 years, and it felt like that would be a thing that stayed forever, and it just stopped. It just went away. It went away for good. And we got spiritual successors. We got Dead Cells, which was like clearly made by Castlevania fans. We got Vampire Survivors, which had Castlevania DLC folded into it. We've seen Castlevania stuff. It keeps showing up. There's been 3D Castlevania games. We have not had a full-on, dedicated 2D side-scrolling Castlevania game in so effing long, and we finally have one, and I could not be more excited. It looks gorgeous. It's out this year. It's got Belmont in the goddamn title. Come on.
This is coming fresh off the heels of maybe not fresh, maybe a little bit ripe by this point, but the Netflix anime series, which was incredible in its own right. And I did mention, the trailer does make mention of Trevor. I don't know if we are playing as Trevor or if Trevor is someone we encounter, but regardless, the thing that stands out to me is in this trailer, you don't see any numbers popping up, which makes me think this is a lot more Rondo of Blood than Symphony of the Night, which is totally fine. Don't get me wrong. I love me my Metroidvanias, but this looks like it's going to be a learning quite a bit from, Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. This looks like it's that was their written test, and this is their practical exam, and I cannot wait to see what Evil Empire and the advisory team, I guess, over at Motion Twin have cooked up, because this looks completely stunning in an art style that is evocative of Dead Cells, and Yeah, this just looks real tasty, man. This I'll eat it up.
You know what? Like I remember during the DS era, I loved the games, but wasn't wild about the art style because to me, Castlevania was just intrinsically pixel art, right? And we've moved on from that collectively. I mean, God of War hasn't. They're going to it for the first time, but it was really cool to see this brand new art style that very clearly pays tribute to so much of what made the original games tick. And I think what's awesome about this is that 10 years ago, Konami was in a very different situation, very, very different situation. And over the last few years, they've started to say, hey, you know what? We have a bunch of really good games. Like just a few days ago, they put out the Bomberman collection. Like they are very clearly like, hey, we have old school fans who love our stuff. Let's pay tribute to them. And so they put out the Castlevania Advance collection. They put out the Castlevania Classic collection. They put out the Castlevania DS collection. Each one of those had like bonus games chucked in there. And I bought all of them, hoping that I want to send the message loud and clear that we are hungry for wall meat in a Castlevania game. We want a new Castlevania game.
And we want it now.
And we want it now. And we got it, man. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy because I really, truly thought this would be one of those things we would never get again. So yes, this absolutely rules. This was my favorite surprise of the show. Probably my favorite surprise of the year so far. So hell yeah. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Great work, Konami.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to touch on this because like Konami, for a very long time, it was very cool to hate on Konami. We're about 10 years out from the whole breakup between them and Kojima's obviously, doing fine. He's got his own thing going on, and I can't speak to whatever business practices they were doing behind the scenes. But right now what they're doing is they're taking their beloved intellectual property and they're putting it in the hands of people who clearly really care about it. And maybe they're working on a new big AAA Castlevania game. I don't know what's going on over there, but it's really cool to see that they're like, hey, while you're waiting, here's this. And it's, kind of in the same way that we got Ninja Gaiden Ragebound while people were waiting for Ninja Gaiden 4. We're getting Sons of Sparta while we're waiting for the God of War remake. It's a really smart thing to just be like, hey, there's a lot of smaller teams out there. There's a lot of, hungry young indie devs who can take a beloved IP they grew up with and turn it into something cool that isn't, it's not the big flagship title release, but it's just great to see it. This was kind of an odd one because Konami showed off a bunch of stuff that was either, new installment in familiar IP or re-release stuff. And then there was also Darwin's Paradox, which is a game it's like a stealth platformer about an octopus, which they announced.
A Limbo-like.
They announced it ages ago, and I didn't particularly care. And then they said, oh, but also it's got Metal Gear references in it. And I was like, yeah, I'll play the octopus game. It's got Metal Gear references in it. And I love that did they say there's a demo out now? And they just pull a Ground
demo
Zeroes?
Tomorrow, yeah.
A playable demo now tomorrow. Which makes me think of playable teaser.
Yeah, you gotta sneak into Cuba and rescue Paz apparently as an octopus. Go figure.
Are there non-playable demos? Isn't that just a trailer at that point?
I think you're probably onto something. But
yeah, there was a couple sort of shadow droppy things. Like there's a brand new Pragmata demo. There's the God of War thing, and a couple more I'm probably forgetting. But I always love when you get a little keepsake. After you get a little tchotchke.
It's good treats. But yeah, in addition to Darwin's Paradox, which looks very fun, that's out on April 2nd, which is coming up soon. And unlike other Metal Gear games, I can play that in front of my child. What I will not be playing is Metal Gear Solid 4, but I will be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 on current hardware, which up until very recently was not possible. We got the announcement of the Master Collection Volume 2, which is out on August 27th, and it's going to collect Metal Gear Solid 4, which was for 16 years, 17 years PS3 exclusive because it made such perfect use of the cell architecture that only the PS3 could do. And they finally reverse engineered it. And then also Peace Walker, which was, that's less impressive, but also nice.
Don't forget the biggest little surprise in there.
The biggest little surprise, Ghost Babel.
Ghost Babel's in there.
They snuck it in there. They didn't even talk about it.
I love that.
That's a great game.
That's how stealthy Ghost Babel is. It just sneaks in there,
Dude, there was it game rankings or like way back in the day, there was a while where Ghost Babel was in the top 3 highest rated video games of all time because it just had very few reviews, but every single one of them was like a 10 out of 10. And people were like, how is a Game Boy Color game so high up? It's great.
That's a cool one. And again, it's not exactly canon. I don't think it's canon at all, but it's nice to see them including it, and kind of gives me hope that maybe we'll get a Master Collection Volume 3 that includes Portable Ops. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Revenge.
Portable Ops Plus, Metal Gear, Rising, and you know what? Like, not to look a gift horse in the mouth here, but like they showed off that Legacy of Kain game that also has a whole unreleased game with it, like an all-in-one, like almost a museum curio piece. So who knows? Maybe there's a little bit more of Metal Gear Revengeance that never made it to the public eye that maybe we can play someday. So that'd be pretty sick.
Again, like 10 years ago, I would have been like, they'll never do any. The running joke was that they made pachinko machines out of their best IPs. And now, like, if you look at the Castlevania stuff, like we just talked about, like they put out like a Gradius collection, right? They put out like Contra, Shmups. Like they are very clearly going through the archives and they're figuring out a way to take all of these old games, modernize them, and put them on new platforms. And so none of this is out of the realm of possibility anymore. That is so damn exciting. Like Konami is back. Like they are straight up back. Like, and I feel like what's next with the natural evolution of this, just like we saw with Castlevania, is that eventually we will get a new Metal Gear game. And that's gonna be the touchy one.
That's gonna be a touchy one. I like, with all due respect to Hideo Kojima and Yoji Shinkawa and the team that made those games, there's also other people who could make those games. There's tons of people who grew up with these games, and maybe they wouldn't have that same exact charm, but it would be really cool to see Snake again. I think the difference, I would rather get something more than a Metal Gear Solid 3 pachinko machine, which for a cool minute was the only signs of life we had from Konami that this was a franchise they cared about at all. Then they remade Metal Gear Solid 3 and it was fantastic. It was a really, really solid remake. They also just, they gave an update that the Master Collection Volume 1 just got a new update too that has new high-res texture packs, and it makes MGS1 look spectacular and cool.
No, Max, you're onto something there. I think there's that, like, it's easy to play sort of armchair quarterback and stuff like that, but there is that like dream matchmaker thing when you can look at an IP that hasn't gotten a new game in a long time, and you can look at a young development team out there that would absolutely crush that assignment and put those two things together and see what happens. I mean, Konami has a history with this. Like they gave Way Forward to Contra way back in the day, right? Like they threw the Aliens license. Like there's history here, and this could happen again. They're doing it right now with the Dead Cells team in Castlevania. I do think there's potential eventually, not yet. They got to build all that goodwill back up. And they already did it with Castlevania, but I think there's potential here with Metal Gear, and I think they'll find the right team.
Do you want to know how they do that without pissing people off?
How?
You make a spiritual successor to Snake's Revenge, which was the second Metal Gear game ever released, which was done without Kojima's knowledge. And no one's mad about it. I don't think Kojima's even cares about it. It's just sort of this weird black sheep kind of bastard installment. And it's, take that and just do something weird with that. Do like a
and you bring back David Hayter.
Yeah, just do like a weird little top down side scrolly type of Far Cry blood dragoning of Metal Gear and make it extremely non-canon. And I don't think anyone would be too mad about it. And if it's good, then maybe you win some goodwill back. I don't know. Just a crazy idea.
The cherry on top. I know we're moments away from the Silent Hill presentation, but the secret to garnering that goodwill, I think you're in the right territory. I think it's Master Collection Volume 3 Ground Zeroes Phantom Pain with the cut content re-implemented into the game.
Oh man.
That's the move. Chapter 52 or whatever.
Kingdom of the Flies. Yeah. That would do a lot. That would be interesting. And also put out Revengeance, but then put out the original version. It was all about it was just about cutting up watermelons. Put out that tech demo. Just do that.
Do the watermelon tech demo. That was one of the coolest things ever made.
Yeah. Now there was one other new game shown off from Konami, which was Rev Noir, and this looked like a Nick Lamone game.
What's that mean? It's the thing that makes me very happy, when I first got into the games, like into video games, a lot of the press and a lot of the industry said that the JRPG was going the way of the dinosaur with the rise of games like Oblivion, Western RPGs like Mass Effect. You got your Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. But we've seen such a revitalization of Japanese role-playing games in a way that just fills my heart with such joy. So the fact that the fine folks over at Konami now are making a brand new, wholly original JRPG. Instead of dipping into their archives of something easy like Suikoden, which just got a glorious remaster recently, they're going in and doing something wholly original. And I know that there are some people who might joke and say, wholly original, right? This looks like every other JRPG. But like genuinely, I think for people who are hungry for this type of game, I'm very excited. And this looks very action RPG coded, something hopefully that's in the vein of something like, some evolution of turn-based combat that we've seen with stuff like FF7 Remake or FF7 Rebirth. Very curious to see what this is. I really like gold as an art motif here, and I think it looks very pretty and sparkly. So very curious to see more about Rev Noir.
No, I mean, I think Konami's doing kind of the right stuff right now. They're doing a very similar thing to what Capcom is doing just this year, where they're continuing their long-running flagship Resident Evil thing with a new installment. They are dusting off the old, PS2 era Onimusha and putting a new installment in that, trying to get some new people on board. And they're dropping something entirely new with Pragmata, which is really cool to see. Of course, we're not forgetting the most exciting thing that Konami had to show off, which was Silent Hill Townfall, which is, again, taking a cool IP and putting it in the hands of people who clearly care about it. We're going to learn a whole lot more about this in just a few moments. But like, what was your read on this?
I mean, awesome. I'm all in on Silent Hill at this point. This little Game Boy camera that they've got going here, it was reminding me of a very recent horror release, and I'm very curious to see how it differentiates itself from Routine, where you use a little camera to kind of identify things in the environment. So this is just a great avenue for horror. I think recently Konami and their respective developers that they've tapped to produce each Silent Hill, whether it be Silent Hill 2 Remake or Silent Hill F, to me have been phenomenal. I loved Silent Hill 2 Remake. I loved Silent Hill F. I thought that was such a breath of fresh air in the franchise, and just goes to show you that people all over the world are capable of being traumatized by all sorts of different things in society. So very curious to see what causes all the trauma in Townfall.
This is it was cool to see. So I'll put it this way real quick. When they announced their sort of resurgence of all the Silent Hill stuff, it felt like there was just this machine gun of ideas, right? And I think the dust fell on the great ones, and Nick just named them. There was a couple of other projects that sort of like, we don't really think about anymore, but the ones that stuck, that one. But the ones that stuck are awesome, and this feels like it's going to continue that lineage. So I'm in.
This is co-published by Annapurna, who has a pretty good track record, and it's developed by Screenburn, which is the studio that did Stories Untold, which I think was a fairly well-received narrative horror type of game. And I don't know, between this and Silent Hill F, I really dig that Silent Hill is no longer one particular town. It seems kind of like a description of the geography of said town. It's just a real quiet, creepy place. This takes place in, I think, St. Amelia. You got a new protagonist. I like that there's a new pyramid head who's actually more of like a rectangle head, I think.
Cube or something? Yeah.
We are going to find out more about that in literally any second now. We're going to kick over to the Silent Hill transmission. But real quick, you can catch us talking about PlayStation each and every Wednesday on IGN, on youtube.com/IGN Games, or wherever you get your podcasts. And if you get your podcasts from Spotify, we also have the video version on there as well as the audio version. Nick, Brian, thank you so much for taking the time to chat and talk about video games. And thank you to everybody who's watching along at home. Don't go anywhere, because literally any second now, the rectangle head will pop out of the wall and he will fight. He will try to do whatever it is he does in that game, because the Silent Hill transmission is coming up any second now. And we can probably just cut it.
It's not a jump scare if you know what's going to happen.
Just cover your eyes. Just go like this.
皆さんこんにちは。サイレントヒルトランスミッションへようこそ。サイレントヒルシリーズのプロデューサー岡本元井です。2022年の発表以来、長い間お待たせしましたが、本日は待望のタイトルサイレントヒルタウンフォールのニュースや情報をついに皆さんにお届けできることを嬉しく思います。 本日ソニーのステートオブプレイでトレーラーを公開し、PlayStation 5、Steam、Epic Games にてウィッシュリスト登録を開始しました。皆様ぜひご登録よろしくお願いいたします。さらにこの配信独占の最新情報もご用意しています。まずは本プロジェクトのパートナーをご紹介しましょう。アナプルナインタラクティブのインタラクティブ&ニューメディア部門プレジデント